Hey y'all, I'll be on. A-okay. Doing a little bits here and there. Ooh, takeout pizza from Knowlton. I like the sound of that. I know. I gotta. You guys are all ready to go. I'm not quite ready to go. I'm almost ready to go here. Yeah, Sabarane's in today. You guys are gonna have to let me know what you think about that. I kind of think it's a bit of a desperation move from Tampa, to be honest. I can't say that. I'm super confident that Sabrin is going to bring much to the lineup for them, except for pain and misery, perhaps. I don't think he's quite good enough to for the action of the playoffs. Call me crazy. Mark, hey Mark, I feel like this the first 10 minutes we'll see Tampa absolutely flying. If we can survive it, we have a good shot. I think that's a good way to look at it. I would not be shocked if Tampa. I mean, Tampa season's right here, right? They can't go down. They can't go back to Montreal down two. So it's put up or shut up time for the Tampa Bay Lightning. Declan Carlisle got a headache from Anderson last game in Montreal. Oh yeah, they got Carlisle got beat up by Anderson, and Sabourin got beat up by Jackeye. Hey RPM, I can't believe he just said Sabourin. Yeah, it was Bieksa said Sabourin is tougher than Anderson on Sportsnet. What an idiot. Um, Sabourin is going to have to chase somebody down first. That's the issue with Sabourin. I don't doubt that Sabourin is a tough cookie, but he's just not good enough. He's just not a good enough player to be in the playoffs. Like, what do you think he's going to provide you? He was saying, BXO was saying, oh, he's a check on Anderson because Anderson was like running roughshod. Well, is Sabourin really going to like. Is Sabourin really going to be able to do anything to Josh Anderson? He can't even catch Josh Anderson. Josh Anderson's playing great hockey, yeah, and clearly Tampa is spooked about this because they've put Saber in the lineup, Declan Carlisle in the lineup. Dastu got his clock cleaned in game one by Anderson. It just feels like Tampa is. This is a weird button to push for Tampa, but they clearly feel like they got to do something. So we got no lineup changes, it looks like, tonight. Not a big shocker. They played pretty well in game one. So here's the lines tonight. Obviously, for the first line, you've got Caulfield, Suzuki, Slavkovsky. Second line is again Texier, Demidov, Bolduc, Kapanen, and Doc. For the controversial third line. And then Anderson, Deneau, Evans on the fourth line. Matheson, Carrier, Gooley, Hudson, Struble, Jackeye with Jakub Dobesh in nets. I don't think anybody's too surprised that they went with the same lineup because they won. And why, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. If Cole doesn't produce tonight, we can't be like Leaf fans with Marner and start piling on him. And then, as is pointed out by Michael Paul, Cole Caulfield did have 2 assists and did set up the goals. So I don't think he didn't. He wasn't a factor 5-on-5, but he was a big part of the power play. So I guess what you're saying is you'd like to see a 5-on-5 goal from him today, which is fair. I think it's to be expected. Hey, Kelly, I suspect we'll see a lot more offense and a more wide open game. Tampa's no choice. They need to win, and the Habs can play that game as long as they continue to get great goaltending. Mark's still disappointed to not see Gallagher instead of Doc. So is Robert, I guess. Bieksa said Bieksa, like Sabourin, has taken a lot of punches to the head. Tampa will go after Hudson big time tonight. If they can catch him. I don't know if I mean that's obviously the strategy. I felt like they were pretty hard on Hudson in his own zone when he got the puck. They didn't give him a lot of time to go up the ice. Tampa's going to have to keep doing that to try to limit the transition play, because if Montreal's transition plays on point, this is going to be a real fast game. If Bolduc or Doc have a bad game, Gallagher or Veleno can play game 3. They sure can. Definite possibility. Cole Caulfield and Nick Suzuki are attached at the hip. Remember, Nick Suzuki's mind is still in his newborn, who he hasn't spent any time with. They'll be fine when they come back to Montreal. They'll get the matchups they want. I don't love Tampa's depth on defense. I don't find they're that strong. So the Canadiens definitely on home ice have an opportunity. Anderson was the only one effective 5-on-5. He had quite the game, which to me is like a good sign for the Habs. The fact that they weren't dominant and they still won. They still won a game on the road, not playing their best. So I do like their chances. Any bet on my typo mistakes? Oh my god, so many tonight. What's the over under tonight on typos for me? At least a dozen. At least a dozen typos. Five. Robert says 5 typos. Mark says it's a tough crowd. No, it's okay. Ryan says, watch the Ottawa game. I don't really think it was offside on the OT goal. Oh yes, what a strange off. What happened? A penalty shot in overtime. Habs playoff window this year until 10 years from now. Oh, I don't think it's that many years. I think the day Nick Suzuki turns 30 is probably the day that it's going to be hard to keep the rest of this team together. So, how old is he now? 26? I think he got 4 or 5 years. I'd be pretty happy with that. PK Subban on ESPN. Everybody was making fun of PK Subban's pants in game 1. I didn't. I saw the pants after the fact, and they did look. They did look a little weird. I will say. Some people in Carolina left after that disallowed goal, thinking the game was over, and they weren't allowed back in. Oh, classic fair weather fan business. You're not going to see that in Montreal, I'll tell you that much. They're going to stick around to the bitter end. Great game, as was the Buffalo comeback. Oh my goodness, Buffalo. You know what? I was really curious about Buffalo if they were going to be as good in the playoffs as they were in the regular season, because they obviously haven't made the playoffs in like 13 years or something like that. So, based on what I saw, I think Buffalo is going to be just fine, and I think if all goes according to plan, they may meet a certain Montreal Canadiens in the next round. That would not shock me. I don't think Buffalo's got much of a fighting chance. I will say. I don't think Boston's got the depth to hang with a team like that. The Good Friday Brawl took place 41 years ago, but I don't recall Good Friday being that late into April in my lifetime. Yeah, that does seem like a weirdly late Good Friday. Was it not a Good Friday for real? Oh, it was. Oh, Karen's here. Gummies by your side. Ready to win. Habs resigned Nick for another 5. That adds up to a 10-year window. Yeah, but he'll be quite old by then. I don't know if you can reasonably expect Nick Suzuki to be a cup you know, winner into his mid to late 30s. That might be a bit unreasonable. I think they should try to lock one up before he turns 30. Is all I'm saying. I think that would be a good thing to do. PK Subban just said the Habs are winning the cup. Yes, PK Subban is back. Well, he never left. He never left the bandwagon. He's a Hab. He's a Hab. He's been a Hab through and through. I can't criticize PK Subban's changing allegiances. He was not much of a Nashville Predator or New Jersey Devil in his time. Good morning, Joe. The Snoop scrambled eggs with mushrooms for a typical Habs game day breakfast. Where are you that it's breakfast? You're in Australia? Somewhere in Asia, I guess, if it's breakfast for you. Ready for game 2, Harry says. With chicken soup, I'm battling a springtime cold. Well, I hope you feel better. You're not the only person I know who's fighting a cold. I've heard a lot of people saying that they've got the springtime cold. I'm hanging in there. I'm a little. I need like a Red Bull. I had a long day. I had a long day at the office, so I might hop off this chat to go get a Red Bull shortly. I have a couple in the fridge just for moments like this. And before you guys tell me that Red Bulls are not good for you, I don't care. They're delicious. They're delicious, and I need them sometimes to survive. You're in Sydney, Australia. Well, welcome, Joe the Snoop. I hope that you're able to watch and follow along. And I think it's going to be a good one tonight, man. This is going to be a good game tonight. If Toronto fans are as knowledgeable as Montreal fans, they might accept a full rebuild after looking at our success. I think the fan base is down for a rebuild in Toronto. I think the fans understand. I think it's Rogers that is just not. They just spent. They just have a new TV deal kicking in. I think they're going to want to milk the Austin Matthew years as long as they can. The only way they rebuild is if Austin says, I'm out, and then they're just stuck with Nylander left, and then you trade Nylander and you start all over again. So that's the only way that I see Toronto embarking on a rebuild, is if Austin Matthews forces them to do so. And for now, he's under contract for a little bit more, so I don't think it's going to happen just yet. Hey, Mark. Odd how Ron McLean is the main host on Sportsnet for the Ottawa game, but for our Habs, we get the backup David Amber. I don't know about you guys. I prefer David Amber. I'm all right with that trade off. I'm all right that they're not getting Ron McLean tonight. Look at that. It's a nice little panel here. They got Jennifer Botterill. They got Elliot Friedman. They got Kevin BX. What more could you want? Pots of tea. I had to fill it up 3 times for game one. Yeah, it's too early. Too early to drink anything but tea or coffee. I'll tell you that much. Here, as you know, it's 7 p.m. just about. By the way, funny story in the Gazette today. If you're so inclined to check it out, our healthcare reporter Aaron Derfel reports that, and you might find this funny. During the Habs games, there are less people that go to the ER, and as you guys know, the ERs in Montreal pretty filled up. We're definitely pretty stretched thin, so it's a nice reprieve for our healthcare professionals in this province that there less people are inclined to stay home and tough out that heart attack to watch the Habs, I guess, or whatever, or they're not rake what things of mowing lawns or cutting branches or things that might injure you, I guess. Rick Wood says fans here in Toronto are sheep and absolutely clueless. What they are being sold is on the Habs rebuild. The same Seattle told their fans about expansion. Look at Vegas. Yes, Seattle did not go full Vegas, and they paid the price. How long is the average ER wait time in Quebec? I couldn't even tell you. It's long. It's definitely the longest in the country, I would imagine. I don't know, 24 hours? Does that make sense? Like a day? Like you wait the whole day. You wait the whole day to get seen, right? I'd imagine it's something around that. It's not good, whatever it is. Quebec hospitals are not known for their speediness. Although I will say, if it's serious, they'll see you pretty fast. Pimp isn't here yet. That means we aren't losing. That's true. He is the canary in the coal mine when they're down a goal. But hopefully he comes by, and hopefully even if they're winning, they come by. He comes by. Hey, T Moore. Tinkerbell is a small waste of space last game. Yes, I know he touched the puck for a couple PP assists, mostly because 4-on-5, he's the only one they don't bother to cover too tightly. Oh my goodness. He scored 51 goals this year. He's the second best goal scorer in the NHL outside of Nathan McKinnon, and the best goal scorer when not scoring into an empty net, because McKinnon scored quite a few empty net goals. So I know he didn't. I know Cole Caulfield did not light the lamp today, but I still think he's a pretty deadly guy on the ice, and he's got lots of time to turn it around this playoff series. We're just one game in. He got 2 points in that one game in, and they won the game. And if you ask me, the Canadians proved that they're not particularly afraid of the Tampa Bay Lightning. And Len Lucci posted pictures on Gazette, courtesy of Tampa Bay Times. Yes, it's true. We have a trade to announce. Our photographers for the Gazette and the lovely photographers for the Tampa Bay Times, we've organized a free exchange of photos. So you'll be getting lovely Tampa Bay Times photos of the game on the Montreal Gazette website, and then when the series comes back to Montreal, the Tampa Bay Times will get lovely photos of the game from your very own Montreal Gazette photographers. Lovely arrangement, and lots of love. We didn't make a bet with them. We should have made a bet with them. Are they live blogging right now? What's up with Tampa Bay? Should I ask Tampa Bay Times if anybody's live blogging? Want to hit up the live blog? I don't know what they got planned. The Bolts have added more muscle for this game. We have to play tough but smart. Yes, do not get Sabourin and Carlisle are not very good players. Do not get dragged into whatever they're doing. Because hockey is a religion here. Of course, they have Canadians watch parties in the church. Yeah, we were watching the Saint Jean Cyril church. That was really cool. Caulfield lives rent-free in Timur's head. Yes, Timur always talks about Caulfield. There's other players on the team he could talk about. He talked about them too, though. Harry used to live in Hawkesbury. Lovely place. Just on the Ontario side of the Ottawa River. People from Quebec would come to our ER instead of their own. They sure would. I'm from the West Island, so there's definitely been moments where we have considered it. But they are building a lovely new giant hospital in Vaudreuil to fill the gap in that area. So hopefully that hospital ends up being pretty good. Karen, hey, you doing, Karen? Said there's a woman in labor who wouldn't go to the hospital until Coronation Street was over. I wouldn't go during playoff game myself. Getting an epidural for my first, kept asking how the Expos were doing in 1985. Oh my goodness. Yeah, you can't miss Expos. And you can't miss Coronation Street either. Is that still in CBC? Do they still show it? Hawkesbury, I remember as a sales rep for Kellogg's. It was middle winter. I was in Hawkesbury. Before I knew it, I realized I was on the lake. Oh my God. That sounds like a... Karen, you're from the West Island. I'm from the West Island. I'm from Point Claire. Born and raised in Point Claire. Then I moved out to NDG where I lived for a decade plus, and now I'm out in Côte St. Luc. Shout out Côte St. Luc. Shout out Point Claire. Shout out NDG. And it's funny. I don't know how you guys feel. I live in Côte St. Luc. I like Côte St. Luc, but I still feel like an NDG. I still feel like an NDG guy. I gotta say, even though I don't live there anymore, I still feel like more involved in what's going on in NDG, which is mostly centered around garbage pickup. Not enough controversy in Côte St. Luc. You know what I mean? Thomas Moore says Cole Caulfield lived effort-free last game. He took one check early and then he went AWOL. His someone else do the work, and the checking game just won't cut it in the playoffs. Oof, he's got to have a big game to change your mind tonight. Let's see if he can do it. Michael Paul says his dad was born in Hawkesbury and have lots of long lost family there. I used to golf at Hawkesbury. I was a member of the. I was a student member at the Hawkesbury Golf Club because they had back in the day. They got rid of it because they realized it was too good a deal. I paid $600 for the summer when I was a student. So I would work I worked at another club. I worked at the Royal Montreal. I was a busboy at Royal Montreal Golf Club. So I worked at Royal Montreal, and then I would go play golf at Hawkesbury. I mean, they also let us play the employee course at Royal, but you had to play in the early morning or late. So it was hard to get in. So I played a little bit, and then I played a lot at Hawkesbury. That's my Hawkesbury story. Big fan of that area. Van Cleek Hill. I still go out to Hawkesbury. They got the LCBO there. There's some alcohols that you can't get in Quebec. I know you're legally not supposed to do that, but what can I say? If I need to make certain old school cocktails and I need Liquor 43, you can't get that at the SAC. It's not my fault. I gotta go to the. I'm being persecuted for my love of old timey cocktails. Wow, that woman butchered the Canadian anthem. What was it? The deep breath. You're not supposed to hear that. Or as Rick says, but the anthem was well received. I was talking the whole time. I was paying attention. Oh, Point Claire near Fairview. No, I mean that's a good area. Shout out that area. I live near the arena, the Bob Burney Arena. During the Tampa Bay 2004 Cup run, they had Brooke Hogan singing the national anthems. That is true. I remember that well. Apparently, Brooke was not included in Hulk's will, but by choice. Sounds like they did not get along in the end in his final days. Politically, I think there were some divisions in that family, and if I remember correctly, reading correctly, that she was happy to not be included in any of that. Hey, Adam. Adam says hit hard, play fast, and smart. Okay, well the first period is underway. Timur asks, who was Brooke Hogan. Brooke Hogan is the daughter of Hulk Hogan. You know Hulk Hogan, obviously. Hulkamania. You know Hulkamania. Oh, we've got Sportsnet's so behind again. I'm watching on Sportsnet tonight, and as always, online. Sportsnet Live is a little bit not live, so I'm going to be about 35 seconds behind all of you tonight. So bear with me. 40 seconds behind. Lovely. But I am following also on the score ticker, so I will also figure it out that way. All right, bon match tout le monde. Oof. Hudson moving well. Slavkovsky with a nice chance. Very nice little offside rule is very simple. If a skate crosses the line before the puck, it's offside. Easy peasy. Trouble only began when refs started determining whether players had possession versus control. Is this in reference to the Ottawa game? I guess there were some offside shenanigans. Oh, I'm always ahead of the East Link viewers. Okay, well I'll take that. I'll take solace in that. Hulk Hogan had 5 moves: hulking up, finger wag, punch, big boot, leg. I gotta say, the when you watch old wrestling, this is a different ball game. I mean, it's a bit like watching like hockey from the 1930s, right? And everybody's skating very slowly and no slap shots, and everyone's just pushing the puck, and there's no forward passing. Um, Old school wrestling is a little bit like that. You see somebody kind of fake slap the other one, and then just go like, ah. And then compared to like now, where guys are like going off of tables and all kinds of crazy props and pile drivers. Oh, somebody's who's going back to the bench? Oh my god, the camera guy is pathetic. No, it's okay. What the hell was that camera work? Brutal camera work tonight. Anderson's. I mean, nice job, Gooley, making a play behind his the in the offensive zone, getting behind the net, and then getting all the way back. Oh, nice little passing play by the top line, who are once again back out there. They're not wasting any time tonight. That feels offside by like a million miles, but whatever. Caulfield's going to fight the puck and get it back anyway. Oh! Nice try. What a nice play by Hudson there. Anderson won't get baited by a career minor leaguer. Yeah, I tend to agree. I don't know what Tampa's exactly thinking here, but so far it's not looking great. They don't have a shot on goal in the first 2.5 minutes, and the Canadians are so far looking very, very solid on the road. Oh, wow, what a pass. Demidov to what's my time on the period? It's 17:10 right now. It's 17:10. So I'm like a minute. I'm like almost a full minute behind here. Famous for a slip over the top rope. French by birth. Olympic gymnast for France before wrestling. Are you still talking about Hulk Hogan? No. Gotta be Andre the Giant, right? We're talking about. There you go. That's like a good. Doc dumps the puck deep and then goes fights for the puck along the boards. That's what you want to see from Doc. That's going to keep him in the lineup, even if it maybe doesn't result in a whole lot. You like to see that. Ooh, can they spring Anderson? Oh, really nice chance. Oh, nice chance to Anderson. Edward Carpentier. I don't know who that is. Wrestler? Oh my God, bouncing puck in front. Hey, great job by Evans to get the clear. I mean, you guys cannot be upset by the first 5 minutes of this game. The Habs are out shooting them 4-0. And now the first line is up at it again. Ooh, but this time, mm, bit of a tough pass attempt there. And now Tampa's going to try to get it deep. Nice hit by McDonough on Gooley, but Gooley gets right back up. Good hit so far. Yeah, it's been like clean hits on both sides so far. It's nice to see the physical play rise in here. Ooh, there you go. Finally, Tampa. No, and then Tampa loses it again. They're not. They're really having a tough time here. Although Tampa steals it back in the neutral zone. Look at it. Where was this all season? The Canadians taking over the middle of the ice. So far, so good. That's not going to be icing, really. I think he had a chance to get it. Yeah, great start so far. Cannot complain. But they're going to need a goal. I got to imagine that, yes, both teams are going to want to be more physical, but they're desperately going to try to stay out of the box. I think both coaches read their teams the riot act after last game. That was way too many penalties, way too many dumb penalties. Here goes Bolduc into the corner. Oh, baby. Nice hit, Bolduc. Oh, and Doc, nice play to keep the puck in. Can they make something happen here? Really nice play by Kapanen to get on his feet. Now they're going to rope it around for Doc. He's going to rope it around again and cause the turnover. That was not the kind of impact play you want to see from him. And then Bolduc comes back. They definitely noticed something watching tape of last game. Yeah, I feel like the Canadians have already done a better job clearing up the middle of the ice, and I feel like Tampa's trying to get their transition game up a little bit. Ooh, big collision with multiple bodies at the bench. Yeah, Dano was the one who like wasn't really I don't know if he wasn't watching, but he was able to get out of there at the last minute. Grand Prix Wrestling on CFCF. Old school. If Sabrin connected, we might have had a 5 minute power. He's playing the way that I feel like when everybody was feeling a type of way about Jack, oh man, that McDonough. It was actually on Suzuki. I thought it was on Glue. It was on Suzuki. And then Anderson, oof, he's been going hard into people. And yeah, here's Dano. Oh, Dano just missed nearly getting decapitated there, basically. There you go. It's 1-0 Tampa. Hagel again? Lightning strike first. It's 1-0. First shot on goal. That's the break sometimes. I mean, the Canadians were pretty dominant, I thought, early on in this game. And ultimately, it's going to be Tampa with the 1-0 lead. I mean, what can you do, really? What can you do, really? Max says, hey, Max, by the way, didn't like that goal. Game going to plan. Just wait for the third. Habs have to go after Radish. I do like that idea. Karen says, I knew this was going to happen. No worries. One team blasts away and the other team scores. It'll even out. Well, the Canadians, if they keep playing the way they've been playing so far, I like their chances tonight. The shots are 6-1 Habs at the moment. How many games have the Habs let in the very first shot this year? A lot. Especially when Sam Montembeault was in goal. Seems like could start. Oh, Jack Eye and Gourd going at it. Look at Buffalo down 2-0, then 4 goals in 7 minutes. Patience, Grasshoppers. Yes. So far. Oh, look at Gourd trying to. These teams do not like each other. Playoff hockey is here. That was funny making fun of Arbor. Yeah, Gourd is. I like Gourd. Gourd's definitely. If Sabourin continues to hit, he has to be addressed to level the playing field. Level the mind, level the playing field. How many hits does he have so far? I mean, technically zero, but that seems wrong. Shots 6-1. We were schooled. We were how? Well, they weren't school. They were school in Tampa early on, but nothing to show for it. And then Tampa ends up scoring the lone goal so far. Gensel already has 4 assists. My goodness, I thought he didn't look that good shooting. I don't know what's his deal. I thought his shooting was a little off, but hey, if he's got 4 assists, he's doing the work. He's putting the work in. There's your first goal for you. Yeah, what's going on here on the power play? Yep, it looks like Tampa is indeed getting a power play. This is ridiculous. The refereeing was pretty ridiculous last game, and looks like it's being potentially ridiculous today as well. So yeah, it's a Tampa Bay power play coming up. Double minor for Jack Eye. And I don't know about you, I can't hear any audio on the Sportsnet feed right now. I mean, I can hear the arena. I can't hear them talking. Tampa Bay is establishing a baseline level of violence. Cross checking and high sticking are okay. Yeah, and I feel like Tampa, you know, they kind of just let them get away with it. They do have a certain amount of goodwill built up in the league just for being cup winners. Jack, I always gets a short end of the stick. Yeah, I hope it doesn't cost him in the St. Louis mine because I just don't. That's interference, clearly. No, I don't. This is crazy. I don't. I don't really understand the reffing tonight or so far this series. Oh, Dobish doing a good job there on the short side. Yeah, there's no way Jack I deserved the extra. I certainly didn't think so. Dobish has to come up big now. I certainly agree. Terrible call. Yeah, I feel like I don't understand. I don't understand the call. Don't understand what the plan is here. There's 22 seconds left in the Tampa power play, though. So the Canes do have a chance to get a little momentum booster here. Uh, why do I not hear the announcers? Very strange. Do I dare refresh this? I should not have done that. No, it's okay. It's very strange that I don't hear it. All right, this should probably effectively kill. Oh, Newhook's wide open. Oh, how did they not score? Well, we're back to 5-on-5. What an opportunity for Alex Newhook and Jake Evans, I believe it was. Oh, Newhook, wide open net, right on the doorstep, couldn't finish, and then Hudson jumped into play. What a shocker. Non-calls on Canadians against favored U.S. teams. I would not. I wouldn't necessarily go so far. I'm just wondering why my feed is all. Oh, there you go. Yeah, screen quality is terrible tonight. What's going on? Anyways, I think Jack, I got the extra 2 minutes for coming into the scrum late. Isn't there a rule about D-men coming down from the blue line? That might be what happened here. It does seem like the kind of partic- the problem is with those kind of things, and we saw it last game. John Cooper knows the rulebook inside and out, and he will gladly and gleefully tell the refs all night the things that they got wrong. And there's a reason why Tampa gets a lot of makeup calls, and it's not like I don't think it's a bias thing. I think just John Cooper is in your ear all night, telling you what a terrible job you're doing. And I definitely think he plays mind games with the refs, which is why Tampa always seems to get a sweet deal from the officials. We'd love to see Hagel actually get checked. He does what he wants whenever he wants. MSL needs to address the situation. He's a tough cookie to crack, Brandon Hagel. Ooh, Kucherov is struggling to get back to the bench here, guys. Cooper's a lawyer, exactly. And yeah, we sure do have a delayed penalty against the Habs yet again. This is starting to get ridiculous. Well, Kucherov's back on the ice. Oh, and we got a scrum here. I mean, Tampa's clearly just trying to like goon it up, and Canadians are fighting back. I will say we got Evans punching Gensel in the back of the neck. We've got Radish helmet gone. He's fighting somebody. Anderson, of course, in the thick of it, trying to get at it with Hagel. Kucherov's complaining. He wants all the penalties called. I mean, Kucherov just jumped on Doc. I mean, Doc was tangled up with somebody else, so he's the third man in on that. Carrier and I think Perry. I mean, looks like Gensel and Evans are just like, you guys gonna drop the gloves? You just gonna be a bunch of, just gonna like swing each other around. This is man alive. God, the bad blood is. Look at Hagel. Hagel's trying to get the crowd going. He's motioning to the crowd. Well, I think, guys, we've got a strategy here. And I think the Tampa Bay Lightning are trying to beat the Habs in the back alley tonight. This is what Washington. Yeah, but the difference is that the Habs seem to be standing up for themselves this time. And I wouldn't say that Tampa's got a Tom Wilson that can do both. That can really beat you physically and then beat you with goals. So I think we'll see what happens here. By the way, hi Pimfesh. Thanks for joining. Kucherov whines to the ref. I know he was just there. He was there trying to direct traffic. It was pretty funny. Rough stuff works because in the NHL, if you attack the other team and you defend yourself, you both get a penalty. That is how it works. So the Canadians, unfortunately, in having to defend themselves, will take penalties, which is Anderson and Arbor has to fight. It feels like we're getting there, but that's the whole thing, right? They're trying to drag Anderson to a fight to get him off the ice because he played well last night, and I think that's Sabourin's only goal tonight. Sabourin's only goal is to get Anderson off the ice and get his game off. It's not playoff hockey, it's WWE. Once they fight, hopefully win, it'll bring Tampa back to earth. Time to take the reins off Jackeye, let him do his thing. Well, he already got a 4-minute penalty. Um, yeah, this is it's gonna be interesting to see how this plays out because it certainly looks like Tampa's going on the power play again. But they were, I guess, already going on the power play, so I guess that makes sense. But oh my God, so many penalties. We've got Anderson 2 minutes, Perry 2 minutes, Hagel 2 minutes, Carrier 2 minutes, Evans 2 minutes, Radish 2 minutes, Matheson 2 minutes, Getzel 2 minutes, Matheson 2 minutes. The boxes are full. So it looks like 18 penalty minutes handed out in that skirmish. I mean, I think already the referees realize the error of their ways in not calling it a balanced game, and they saw pretty early on that oh no, there's going to be lots of rough stuff here. Yes, the original call was a Carrier slashing, and then I think Kucherov wanted to get Doc out for interference, and then Anderson and Sabourin got into it, and then everybody just went crazy. Or no, it was Hagel, right? Or no, Hagel's in now. I don't know where when Hagel got in there. And this is why you keep guys like Andy and Arbor and Struble. We still have Arbor and Struble to take care. Yeah, we'll have to see. Poor Radish, so young, so bald. It's funny. Hey, wow. Unbelievable. So what was supposed to be a power play for Tampa after Carrier um, got the initial slash. After all the now that funny business, Montreal's going to end up on the power play. So I don't know if we've solved anything, if the officials have solved anything here. I guess we'll see. The Canadiens power play lit up in game one, went 3 for 5. Obviously, Slavkovsky scored the hat trick, all 3 goals on the power play. Let's see if the Canadiens can build upon that really impressive performance on the power play. All right, Hudson's back at the. Oh, Caulfield with a nice shot, trying to get it through the screen. Still in the zone. We're a minute now into the power play. And the Canadiens are moving the puck really well, but they need to get a shot on goal here. They're still a little stuck on the outside. And no. Oh, Habs almost kept that in the zone, but no, it's going to go out with 43 to go. I guess we'll probably see. No, it doesn't look like we're going to see the second unit. Let's go out again. All right, can the Habs. All right, well, they were at that point just trying to get the puck through. Bouncing puck. Suzuki and Caulfield have it. And it's tied up. Power play goal. Lane Hudson, I assume. I don't think anyone tipped it in front. My God, there's so many guys in both penalty boxes that. Oh, maybe it did go off Sherman. It was like it must have gone off somebody, and it went off. Wow, it's first career power play, first career playoff goal. How about that? First career playoff goal for Lane Hudson. First of many, I assume. Yeah, James was looking for a penalty there. I mean, Texier got lucky. Definitely got to stick up high. I mean, they got to watch out. Definitely, anything and everything could be called at this point. Hudson's going to drive Tampa insane. He's the guy that they maybe can't stop. Good power play, and of course another assist for the guy hiding in the corner. And yet somehow he's got 3 assists in 2 games. Not too shabby for a guy who's hiding in the corner. They have to protect Hudson at all costs. Yes, they cannot let anything bad have to happen to Hudson. There's another comeback in their mind. This team is never behind. Corey Perry cost him. Yeah, I mean he's this rough stuff goes both ways. If you can capitalize on a power play, and that's really what I think got the Canadiens last time. Last time they were just not able. They just didn't have a response at all to any of this stuff. And now I feel like they do. Somebody's down, but I think just because there was a shot coming and he did not want to. There's another skirmish at the whistle. Oh my God. Jake Evans in it again. Habs just have to keep this up. Tampa Bay is showing frustration. Tampa is playing like a team that's on their. I know they're trying. They're like playing the physical game here, but to me, Tampa is playing like the team that's got something to lose tonight. Oh, what a hit on Anderson though. They're not going to call those. The Canadians are not backing down. They really aren't, and that's really the tricky part here. Still anybody's game. Oh my goodness, they are. Tampa penalty? No. Somebody got high stick, it looked like. Bad penalty for Tampa. You know, again, we talk a lot about, Habs this and Habs that. But I swear, if a Hab had taken that penalty, we would all be incensed right now. That was a real pointless extra cross check by Nick Paul. Like, what do you guys? I mean, what are you guys thinking? You guys are like always like hyper focused on the Habs, when rightfully so. That's the team we're watching. But I feel like we're watching Tampa. Not their game plan is not going the way that they thought. I think is how I would put it. I love power plays with 2:11 left in the period. I know, and it's like sure the ice is a little gunky and it's like not as smooth for passing, but at the same time you can really deliver a dagger here. That was a lame call. Yeah, I feel like the refs are just like, I don't know. Again, the inconsistency is, oh my God, Tampa with a dangerous play. Cooper looks incredulous that the refs called that. It's a great. I do love incredulous as a word. Cooper is shaking his head. The smirk is gone. He's going to try to get one back, though. No doubt about it. Habs drop it back. Can Hudson get one through traffic again? Oh, nice try. Caulfield deflecting it to Suzuki in front. And Vasilevsky's going to cover it. There's a minute 2 left in the power play. And once again, as it's going to be for the rest of the night, everybody just gathers at the net right away to exchange a few words. Yanni Gourde is going to be in the middle of all of it. He's a real pain in the butt. But a very nice little. That was a nice chance by Caulfield to feather one to Suzuki in front, I will say. Not two shabs at all. Minute 2 left in this power play. Minute 12 left in the first period, and it has been a raucous, raucous first period. My goodness, this series is. You guys are getting your money's worth tonight, and all series long. I think this is. Can the second pairing do second? Not second pairing. The second power play unit do anything? They cannot. They really are ballast. They're just there to give the first unit a break. Maybe Texia can do something. Can he do something? Skating through the zone? That was a nice little try. Bolduc with a wide angle shot that made for a nice rebound in front, although Vasilevsky did telegraph that and wanted it to go uh, in front to his defenseman. There's 30 seconds left in the period, 20 on the power play. Tampa's just killing the clock right now. Tampa looks frustrated. They really do. I think they really thought that they were going to uh, have their way with the Canadiens, and they did not. so far. Ooh, nice steal by Tampa here. Can Yanni Gourde get anything done? He got rubbed out by Gooley. What a nice play by Gooley. Oh, and then that's going to do it for the first period. And there's still more fighting each other. Yanni Gourde is down. He's laughing. Gergenson's trying to get at it with Texier. Bolduc in there. Oh my goodness. Everybody's involved tonight. Everybody's involved in the physical play. Uh, if if Tampa thought that this was going to throw the Habs off their game, I don't think it did. I don't think it did. Tampa Bay might not think they can win without gooning it up. This to me feels like a bit of a last ditch effort here. And yeah, is that really going to happen? Is Tampa really going to go on the penalty kill to start the period? Yeah, it looks like a power play to begin the second period. What an absolute uh, dogfight that first period was. But if Tampa thought they could pull off what Washington pulled off last year, doesn't look like it so far. Another scrum at the end. That was a great first period, Mark says. Animals, Derek Stevens says. All of them. They're all animals. Gourde with the only penalty. Yeah, he's been in the thick of it all night. Both teams came to play, Harry says. This is why nothing beats playoff hockey. Al Wilson was the man. Thanks for joining us. Al Wilson was the man. Tampa Bay always does this, Max says. They sure do. This is part of the strategy when you're a veteran team like that. Good period. There has to be one good fight to stop this nonsense. Mark says this is why the NHL is a fringe sport in the NHL. Blue says the Habs are out skating Tampa. Max says nothing is going to stop this. This will go like this for the whole series. Yep. I, I can't imagine anything that'll stop it. Observation: Tampa's going right after our light line. When Arbor and Struble are on, they behave. Look at the end of the period. Max says, get used to it. It's the playoffs now. I don't think it's going to change all that much if, let's say, the Habs move on and they meet Buffalo. It's going to be the same strategy. Your teams are trying to bully each other. You know what I mean? So, in all, 28 penalty minutes handed out in the first period. Oh my goodness. And that's not even counting the other one. No, 30 pounds. 18 plus 12, right? Yeah. That Hudson goal wiped the smirk off Hagel's face. Go after Kucherov and Hagel. Well, Kucherov pulled up a little lame on one of those shifts. He ended up coming back out, but yeah, he definitely maybe twisted his leg a little bit. That'll chill it out a little bit. I don't know if going after one of their players is going to chill it out. I think this is just going to escalate and escalate and escalate until the officials decide they've had enough. But for now, the officials are still being a little inconsistent, and I think still opening the door for all these skirmishes at the end of the period. I think that's why they're giving one to. I think that's why they gave two to Tampa. I think they wanted to show. I think they feel like Tampa's the one who's probably instigating the most, and they were. They wanted to send a message that hey, like you do got to actually play hockey. You can't just push, push and pull and do stuff after the whistle. You got to do stuff otherwise. There's two new podcasts. If you guys are interested, the first is with Pierre Maguire called "Inside the Game." Is that from the Sick Podcast Network? Great interview with Gordon. Wow, that sounds fun. Potential for a bench clearing ball. There's definitely the potential for a bench clearing ball. Took a shot off the ankle. Kucherov did. Okay, that's what happened to Kucherov. I was like, why did he pull up lame in that period? Okay, that makes sense. Oh my God, Perry's incensed in the penalty box. Corey Perry, man. I know we love him, love to hate him, but I gotta say, two penalties in that period. Both times roughing up Carrier. I don't know. The second podcast is one you'll get a headache with. Imagine Marinero on drugs with enthusiasm called East Coast Sports. Oh my God. Marinero's already a man of boundless energy. I can only imagine what an even more enthusiastic Marinero type would be. Buffalo Boston is 0-0 11 minutes in. And yeah, Elliot Friedman says not a winning strategy for Tampa. Tampa thinks they are the Panthers, but the Panthers didn't take dumb penalties. Yeah, the Panthers are always good at drawing the line, and it doesn't look like right now Tampa's got a good. Their tough guys are crossing the line, and it doesn't seem to be working out so well. Phil G says passion. Yes, there's lots of passion tonight. Great game so far. I mean, a bit much, but yeah, exactly. The Panthers knew where to draw the line, and they had the right mix of skill and toughness. Where I think right now Tampa, in order to be tough, have put some players in the lineup like Sabourin, who just like don't measure up right now. And honestly, as much as I loved Corey Perry when he was a Hab, and as much as I respect Corey Perry, he is also looking like a guy who maybe can't measure up to the speed of this series if the Habs are going real fast. I might regret saying that, but so far he's having trouble. Max says if Montreal doesn't answer back, and I don't mean foolishly, Tampa will win this game. They cannot allow Tampa to intimidate. Do you really think that they're being intimidated right now? I really don't see it that way. Go stand up for yourself, but I feel like the Canadians are standing up for themselves. I don't know. Let me put a poll to you guys. Yeah, I'll ask you guys. Do you guys? I kind of disagree with you, Max, on that one. I don't think that Tampa has actually like. I don't think that they're winning the intimidation battle right now with the Habs. I feel like they're getting caught in penalty trouble, and I feel like the Habs are standing up to them, and it just like I don't know. I'm a little surprised that you feel that way. Like the Canadians are like on the precipice of losing this game or something. No, but I'm afraid Marty will pull the reins back too hard. That's maybe a more of a concern. I don't think so. He's not going to want them to do anything stupid, though. Perry is a non-fighter. Yeah, he doesn't win with his fists. He wins by just being a big guy and a pest. Uh, yes, Eric, they're running at everybody. I yes, they're certainly attempting to run at everybody, but I don't think that they're winning the battle. Like I don't think the Canadians went back to the the dressing room after the first and thinking, man, we got manhandled that period. Like I just don't see that. But I don't know. Ryan says nope. The Canadians are showing they won't be pushed around. David, hello David, by the way, says the Habs are not backing down. Rick says ESPN just said Tampa's trying to bulldoze the Habs and it won't work. The refs are fed up. Yeah, I mean the refs definitely have now given two penalties after these skirmishes in favor of the Habs. I think that's a message they're trying to send to Tampa. Alex says the game's being played in an old local tavern. Going to be interesting how the refs call this game. Yeah, this is an old school brawl in the alley tonight. Darcy says the Habs are not intimidated. Max says Perry does fight. I mean, he will if he has to, but I wouldn't say that he's like a. Even Anderson, I would say, is more of a fighter than Perry is. Who said we're intimidated? Yeah. I don't know if it's intimidated. Well, I think he'll allow Wi-Fi to show who the real sheriff is. That'll be really interesting to see what happens. But I think right now Marty is not playing Arbor. He likes seeing our little guys get bullied. I guess we'll see. This will be a good test for I mean it's going to continue to be a good test for these Habs because the Habs are going to have to keep fighting back. I don't think Tampa's in for a penny, in for the pound right now. So they're going to keep trying to be physical and we'll see if it does anything. They're going after the Meek right now, and the Habs need to stand up for themselves. Jack and Struble can't be on the ice all the time. No, but Anderson's doing good. Bolduc's been pretty solid. Evans has been in the muck every shift. Last 5 minutes will show who's boss. This game might go to the ends. We'll start the second PP. Yeah, they're starting the second on the power play. They could really make a big statement there. Tampa has to muck it up. They can't keep up with the Habs' young legs. Bring up Owen Protz, Florian Jackeye, and Tyler Thorpe. Let's go. Those guys might be Canadians in the future, and those guys they all got one thing in common. They are big boys who know how to handle themselves. So the Canadians are definitely drafting for these kinds of games. So you have to be excited about that. Maybe these guys don't pan out, but the Canadians are drafting big dudes that are going to give them a fighting chance in games like this. Jack Guy played 3 minutes, but a lot of power play, and he also remember he got 4 minutes as well. So that did mess with his play. The rest are definitely on top of Tampa now. Yeah, I felt like early on they were kind of letting a lot go, and then at the end of the period, I think they were definitely like, "We're not gonna let this go." It's not Marty's style. Yeah, 3 minutes of our ice time for Arbor. But hey, I think I mean if we'll see what happens if there's more power plays and stuff, he's not going to play a whole lot. But for the record, I never said the Habs were being intimidated. Please correct. What did you say exactly then? Let me check here. Uh, you said yeah, you didn't say they're being intimidated, but you did say you said they need to stand up for themselves. You said if Montreal doesn't answer back, and I don't mean foolishly, Tampa win the game, they cannot allow Tampa to intimidate them. Okay. So stand up for yourselves. So I said if they stop answering back. Okay, that is a bit of a peculiarity there, but I get what you're trying to say. But so far, I do think that they have been fighting back. So they do need to continue doing that. My boys who never watch hockey all stopped in to watch the game. Love it, but I miss my blog friends. No, you can spend your time with your family. It's okay. I understand. I understand if you've got to spend time with family. It's okay. Alex is confident the Habs will win this tonight. Double standards with the refs. Kucherov runs Andy and no call. Well done. Kucherov is always going to get the benefit of the doubt. He's a clever guy. He's very good at. Kucherov is very good, clever at doing stuff behind the play and getting under guys' skin. He's a good one. Honestly, and I said it before the series, I think he might be the most, maybe even more than McDavid and McKinnon, just like the one player that I just like. I think is just the hardest to contain in a playoff series. But so far, he has been contained. Timur says, I think Tampa's mascot may be even dumber than Yuppie, if that's possible. Who's Tampa's mascot? I haven't seen him. There's other non-Marty fans out there. Who I'm not alone. Yeah, there are people are pretty mixed about Marty around here. Everybody loves him. I can't say nothing. It's hard. Yeah, no, we got guys. Michael's not a fan. Not a fan of Rick Woods. Not a fan. So you got three. You got three. Yeah, I feel like it's pretty mixed around here. I say I just all the players seem to be playing a lot better with him than expected, and I think the team has really bought in. And so far they're looking pretty good. So I cannot argue with the results so far. Um, these Canadians are a fast skill team. You guys have to remember that that's always going to be the main component of their game. They're always going to try to beat you with their skill. I think the fact that they're showing that they can also be a good team in a street fight is also like a pretty good indication of where this team is going. So, but they're always at the end of the day, they're not gonna like the Canes are not gonna beat other teams by fighting them into the ground. Like they're gonna beat other teams by being very skilled, and then hopefully being able to withstand playing against more physical teams. You don't like Marty overplaying some guys. I mean, he plays the first line a lot, and obviously he's got the defense he likes. Kucherov can be prone to dumb penalties when he gets pushed around. Yes, he's got a hot temper. That guy. I genuinely despise Kucherov, David says. He's a really sly little prick who never answers for his transgression. I totally agree. It's what makes him such a good player. I feel like he flies under the radar sometimes because he's not like a big Canadian or American star, but he's every bit among, he's in that conversation every year for the best player in the league. He's that good. Okay, we're back for the second period here. Oh, yeah, the Tampa team is Randorf and Engblom. That's amazing. Doesn't get much better than that. All right, well, we're back for the second period here. Then again, I wasn't a fan of Michel Terrier, and the next guy replaced him. Claude Julien? Yeah, I don't think anybody. So are the Habs officially on the power play? Habs are on the power play, it looks like. So Jack Eye's going going off for another penalty here. So it looks like we're up to 32 penalty minutes now in the Is that official now? I've locked it in here. Don't know what Arbor Jackeye did to. He wasn't on the ice, as you point out, Michael, and he did enough to draw the ire of the officials. Very strange. Caulfield 1-on-1 here. Ooh, nice shot. Struble better step up instead of kissing Marty's behind. Arbor was yapping on the bench. How could Jacka get a penalty? He wasn't on the ice. It's because everybody was yapping. I don't know what he said exactly. Demidov with kind of a weak pass there, but they already turned it over and they're going the other way. Slav and Demidov. What a give and go. Oh, and then Matheson was robbed by Vasilevsky. What a give and go. Slav and Demidov on the 4-on-4. Oof. Ooh, Getzel with a nice chance. All right, back to 5-on-5. Oh, Yanni Gourde. Yanni Gourde's not the biggest guy in the world, but man, he just nailed. Caught Gooley. Not expecting that one. Oh, what a chance by Nick Paul in the slot on Dobesh, but Dobesh made the save. Dobish coming up big. Yeah, that was a big save. And that was a nice save earlier on Gensel. Why is Gouli weak? Well, he made the first hit initially. I think he just didn't see Gouli. He didn't see Gourde coming. Dobish has had a very good playoffs thus far. He sure has. Yeah, Gouli made the initial hit, and I think was made the hit and then was kind of standing still, and then that was when he got caught. Refs now need to call the next Lightning player who yaps from the bench. I think everybody's yapping right now. Hate to say it, but you got to capitalize when you get the chance. Yeah, no, it's still a 1-1 game here. I like this one from Rick. Sorry, folks, if you're getting penalized for BS like yapping, it's far better to just knock someone out and get the double minor. Oh, Anderson and Sabourin again. We'll call it yapping because that's what they're doing. That's all they're doing right now. Marty needs to let Arbor deal with Sabourin rather than let Anderson deal with him and be in the box. Yeah, I mean, Jack, I was in the box, so now he's out of the box, so hopefully he can do something. Evans, ooh, with the floating shot there. Nice try by Evans in front. Puck elevated. No one seemed to know exactly where it was. Just let Sabourin take penalties. Yeah, if he takes a stupid penalty. Gouli is listed at 202 pounds. He's not big for. I know he needs to get bigger. He's 6'3". He's a very tall defenseman. I don't understand why he hasn't been able to put on more weight. I feel like if you're 6'3", you should be like at least a good 210, right? I guess it's just your body type sometimes, though. I think he's just. I don't know. He needs to grow up a little bit still. I think Gouli. He doesn't seem to fully have. He still has a bit of that like teenager lankiness to him, which is not great because he's already what, like 23, 24. Marty does not believe in confrontation, you say, or protecting his players, Michael says. I mean, we'll see what happens, I guess. Things have settled down a little bit here, but I'm sure it won't take much for a spark to light things up again. Yeah, Matheson really battling out with Chernak in the corner. Chernak surprisingly gets up in the play quite a bit. Not the defenseman that you would expect to do that, but Carlisle with the shot, and Dobish got it. And now Dobish is mad with Sorelli. No, Slav. Don't even. Are you kidding me? That was a really stupid. That was pretty stupid. Whatever. Slavkovsky, look, he took a punch, but I don't think it. I don't know. All right, so what do you guys think? Mark, you say slap fighting's a very bad idea. Timur, you say slap should be smarter. No way you look good against someone 6 inches shorter than you. No, Hinkle's not that short, is he? But still, I agree with you. No, I don't want slap fighting. Tampa's taken over. Good for Slav, though he tripped. Marty won't bench him. Wake up, Marty. At least Hagel's gone too. Why not? When in Rome, I guess. Slav can't be doing that. Slav got rocked. The setup by Cooper is obvious. Yes, this does feel a lot like Cooper orchestrating shenanigans here. Well, maybe it puts Slav in line for a Gordie Howe hot hat trick. So after all that, it is just regular 5-on-5. Hagel loss is good for the Habs. Hagel's had a good game 5-on-5. I do think that Tampa doesn't quite have that much depth on offense. Like they really need Hagel and those kind of guys to be good on offense. Oh, Dano. Oh man. Oh yeah, Max, you were talking about standing up for themselves. Well, Slash stood up for them for the team. Oh, and Phil Dano missed an open net. Ay ay ay. That was a good chance. But the Canes are going up the ice again. New Hook getting hit from behind. Well, not from behind, more from the side. Demidov trying to skate away from his guy to start getting up the ice. It's 13 minutes left in the second period. Shots are 15 to 12 for the Habs. They are up. Or sorry, no, they're not. They're tied 1-1 with Tampa. Tampa opened scoring. Hagel scored his third, and then Lane Hudson scored on the power play. Both those goals came in the first period. And now we've got Hagel and Slavkovsky in the box for 5 minutes. They dropped the gloves. Corey Perry with a nice chance skating in, but puck goes into the glass. Missing is easy. It's a very poetic thing to say, Timur. I like that. You've got the soul of a poet sometimes. I'll tell you that much. Man has grapefruits. Will not bench Uri Slavkovsky. No, he certainly won't. 42 minutes of penalties. Dano needs to bury that. The ref took Sabourin right from the scrum. Yeah. They're Sabourin. Don't even bother. Bunny Mom says, hey, Bunny Mom, by the way, you'll never guess what happened. I was watching a fight on TV and a hockey game broke out. What channel is the fight on? I know. It should be on paper. This feels like an old school pay-per-view tonight. Oh my goodness. This game has been at least Slav now knows that he can take a punch. Hey, well, I mean, you know what Mike Tyson always said, right? Everybody's got a strategy until they take a punch. And honestly, Slav took a punch and he got right back up. So there you go. Maybe it was good. Maybe it was a good thing. Yeah. Oh my goodness, they're showing Slav. I mean, Slav did okay. He took a punch and a tumble, but he got a couple shots in there. I'm gonna give it up for Slav. I know that it wasn't he didn't win the fight, but he didn't get like he was winning the fight until the punch. And isn't that boxing in a nutshell? You're winning the fight until you take a punch. And then you'll lose. Clown announcers appreciate the rough stuff more than the play. Yeah, I hope this game doesn't get totally bogged down like the regular season those regular season games did between these two teams. Like I do at the end want them to I want to see some skill tonight. Like these teams have some very very skilled talented players. And I'd like to see them get in on the action too. Clown announcers. Everybody's calling them clowns tonight. Karen smells a goal by the good guys. Well, they're going to have to win this face-off at 12:09, and they do win the face-off, but it wasn't a clean win. So they'll retreat back into their zone. And the thing about the Canadians, though, when they're in their zone, it does not take long for the puck to get up the ice. Ryan Katz says, no matter tonight's result, the Bell Center will be rocking Friday night. Oh my goodness, it's going to be crazy. I mean, the thing about tonight is like hooking penalty on Gooley. You knew that the next one was going to go on the Habs. Um, how do we feel about that one? No, I mean, he was diving for the puck. You guys are saying, brutal call we've got. Diving for the puck. Bob says, I think Galley should play on Friday. These are his type of games. Yeah, I mean, has somebody like um, Doc done enough to stay in the lineup? That's a big question. Because as much as you want his size in there, is he doing enough? That was a 9.5 from the Russian judge. They're just the refs at this point are like they're trying to shut this down. They're trying to keep this game on track. Oh, a nice little. I think that might have been a nice break for the Habs. I feel like Evans is the one who high sticked that one, but they're gonna say that that was a high stick on Tampa. Yeah, I don't know. That was a tricky one. Cooch sold that one big time. Cooley had a regular penalty called against him. Yeah, that was not a skirmish one. Axe Arbor got hooked earlier. Oh my god, this game so physical. So much silliness going on. Where the puck? I mean, there's 116 left in the power play. Tampa is definitely not having a good go of it on the power play so far. The Canadians desperately need to make sure that the Kucherov to Radish pass does not happen because that thing has been deadly all year. Was deadly in game one, and so far the Canadians have been very good at when the puck's in the corner to really just fight, 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 fight to get it. I'd like the Habs fight tonight. Bring in Knuckles to teach Slav how to defend himself in a fight. I don't think Knuckles was ever expecting to have to do that, but it might happen. Might happen again. All right, now Tampa's moving the puck pretty well in this power play. Gensel, though, with behind the net with the puck and Dobich a little bit out. He was just trying to find a way to tuck it in and could not do it. Oh, what a nice play by the Habs. But the puck ended up going right back in the slot. It was a nice chance to clear up the middle of the ice there, but we call him Paul too in the second. Big deal, play hockey. Yeah, at this point, Timur, they're just calling. They're trying to get control back in this game. They're gonna call anything borderline. They're gonna try to put guys in the box. They're trying to show these guys like, hey, stop trying to distract from the game. Stop trying to create nonsense. So the refs are gonna give both sides kind of loopy power plays in the hopes that they stop doing this because nobody wants to be that guy that goes to the box and then the other team scores. George Larac used to teach the Habs, called it quits. Wonder who stopped that. Yeah, I guess the game is changed a lot now. I feel like they don't necessarily feel. I know it's weird. I find that the Canadians fight with decent frequency compared to other teams. You never know. You should be ready. How did they miss Kucherov knocking Anderson's stick? Kucherov is elite at just like knowing when the refs aren't watching and just like getting up to no good. He's great at that. And I mean that in a total complimentary way. What an exciting game. This game is tense, man. This is true playoff hockey. Goalie call was nasty. Anderson's stick didn't break. That is true. Because they missed it, who cares? Yeah, you gotta get that one out of your system. Evans needs to start winning some face-offs. How's he doing on face-offs tonight? The Habs were very good on face-offs last game. Oh yeah, Evans is only at 44% tonight. Not a great night on face-offs for him and Newhook. Well, Newhook to be expected. Newhook's not good at face-offs. If anything, what is he at tonight? He's at 33%. That's about what I expect from Alex Newhook. But yes, Evans does need to be better than 44%, Michael. I totally agree with you. All right. So it's oof, right off the draw. So we've passed the midway point of the game here. 9:33 left in the second. Still 1-1. Getting even in shots now. 15-13 Montreal. But yeah, we're past the halfway point. There's still a lot of hockey to go and a lot of nastiness to be sure. Dobesh is kind of in a bit of a weird. What? Yeah, guys. What do you think about Dobesh there? Dobesh definitely moving gingerly after that save. I don't know what happened exactly. Habs fan 34 says Tampa Bay is changing their strategy, starting to take dives when touched upon. Dobesh, I hope not. He's in a pretty good zone. Yeah, I hope not too. Oof. Can the Canadians get breakout here? Yeah, they got a 2-on-1. Gooley with a nice shot on Vasilevsky, but then Kucherov ends up taking it the other way, and it's a 1-on-3 for Kucherov. Kucherov nearly made his way through, but no, he lost it in the end. And now the Canadians and Tampa are kind of jostling in the middle of the ice here. Gooley with the Chester. Wow, Gooley's not known for his shooting abilities. Oh my God. Habs fan it, Habs fan the puck on the zone clear, and then Tampa fans it in the middle of the ice. The ice is clearly the hot, dewy Tampa ice is definitely starting to get a little chipped up this period. I'm sure all the skirmishes aren't helping. Hudson's been out for 135, and he just absolutely gave away the puck, but the Canadiens were able to bail him out. Suzuki taking it up the ice. Caulfield going to the net. Suzuki tried to hit him with a sort of shot pass. Jack eye to Suzuki. Suzuki coming in from walking in from the point, goes behind the net, trying to deke around two guys, doesn't really work. Texier, ooh, nice try trying to beat him with the backhand. Long way to go before OT. Harry, I wouldn't even begin to think about overtime yet this game. There's so much more game. Vasilevsky maybe not super happy with his play in game one. I definitely think Vasilevsky's up to 17 shot saves on 18 shots. I think Vasilevsky's having a better night tonight than game one. He looks like he's in the zone. All right, offensive zone face off here, and they got Jack Eye out. You love to see it. Canadians can't get anything done on that offensive rush, so they're going to dump it back in and try all over again. How would you compare the Hagel trade to the Lehkonen trade? They seem like kind of similar to me. Hagel's a lot better player, but you know what I mean. Where the Canadians and the Hawks were like, oh, we're hopeless, and these guys can fetch us a lot, but those players just ended up like continuing to be really good for their teams, and I'm kind of like, you do wonder sometimes if the Habs are a bit like, oof, maybe if we did resign him and keep him around. And I'm sure Chicago thinks about that every day. Oh, what if Hagel was playing with Connor Bedard right now? Maybe we wouldn't be a last place team with no hope. Slav trying to get the tip here. Yeah, Radish was very, very strong on Caulfield. Caulfield again. I mean, I know you guys were saying it's been another quiet night for Caulfield and the top line in general. He's gonna have to figure out how to maneuver. Is Barron playing in the NHL at the moment? Yes, he's still with Nashville. Still with Nashville. Habs aren't afraid of Hagel or anyone. Caulfield needs to step up a bit here. Yeah, he's these were the moments for him, man. Like this is he had these moments in the regular season. It's time to have one in the playoffs. So how are they feeling about Dobesh? Dobesh is looking good again. Very nice shoulder save. But is he feeling healthy? So far, yeah. They're on Caulfield like white on rice. Absolutely, they're playing him really well. But that's the challenge. He knows he's gonna have to face it. They're facing Hudson the same way, and Hudson's doing well. So it's just he's gonna have to figure it out. I don't know if you like put him with Anderson for a shift or something. See how that goes. I don't know. Better hockey without the nonsense. Yes, I think both teams have gotten the message that the next power play could be the one that sinks you. Dano with a really just like put the puck on net, my dude. You're not you're not Suzuki. You're not gonna make it great. Lecky is way tougher than Hagel. Yeah, I'm not like saying like one player is necessarily better or tougher than the other. I'm just saying that there were kind of similar circumstances where there were plausibly players of the age that they could have you could have rebuilt with them if you were willing to put the like sink the financial investment in them. And both teams decided, no, we're gonna like get the picks. Arbor can't create anything. That's not what he's here for. The Jack Eye's playing better with the puck, you say. I'd sit Dano and put in Veleno. Dano looks lost out there. Dano's there for face-offs and defense only, and he's definitely not coming off. I would put Veleno. I'd consider putting Veleno back in, but maybe for Doc. Um, no, I'm. Dano's tough. Dano's tough because he still takes some pretty tough assignments, but the offense is gone and the speed is gone. So it's like a tough. Watching him is a bitter pill, bitter pill to watch sometimes. He's not the guy that he was, but he still plays tough assignments, and I'm kind of like I would be wary to take him out of the lineup. You don't know what you're gonna get from somebody else in terms of that sort of fourth line defensive play. I mean, look at him tonight. He's 83% on faceoffs tonight. So Jack has 3 penalties, all made up calls. Valeno's been great on the forecheck. Yes, I agree, Kelly Winger. Hello, Kelly Winger, by the way. Deno is painful to watch. Yeah, it's yeah, he's just not the guy he's just not the guy the elite Dano from 2021. Like he's just not that guy anymore, but he's the question is he's still valuable. I know he's a valuable faceoff man, but aside from that, he contributes nothing. Valeno is way better in my opinion. Shaw has his line of recliner chairs. They do look good. Shaw, which Shaw? Andrew Shaw? Anyways, yeah, the Valeno thing. I think Valeno can get back in the lineup. I think Dano is here to stay, but it's not pretty. It's not pretty to watch Dano sometimes. But I think his smarts on the ice, he's still the guy that they'll put up with. Tampa's doing a good job preventing those shots from the point from hitting Vasilevsky. I feel like that's where Vasilevsky's pretty soft. In front of the net, he's such a big net presence. He makes the saves, but I do feel like uh off the from the point, off the rush, I feel like you can kind of get him. Ooh. Gergensen's driving the net hard. They keep it out. 5 million to win faceoffs and get in the way. That is what he's doing. Oh, Kapanen absolutely rocked, desperately trying to get the wraparound goal. Nice attempt by him. So it's 4 minutes left in the second period. Tied 1-1. Shots 20-16 for the Habs. So I'm curious to know, and maybe Bolduc is the answer. Kelly Winger just said it. I think Bolduc might be an answer. Who do you think has played better tonight compared to game one? Which Hab do you think is like maybe didn't look that sharp in game one, who's looking a bit sharper in game two? I'm curious to know who you think. Sorelli one-on-one with Hudson. Doesn't get it going, but they do keep the puck in the zone. Doc has been invisible. That doesn't answer my question, but that's a good. That is true. Doc has not impressed me at all last game and today. I thought he had a good period in like the was it the first period? Evans had a good. Evans is always good. I like Evans. I know Evans gets like some grief around here. I like Evans. No one. The first period was BS. The second is even. But yeah, but which players play well? If they're even, that means somebody's played all right. No? Or has nobody played okay? Maybe nobody's played okay. That's possible. Are we really surprised that Doc is invisible? I'm no one's that surprised. I don't know. You still kind of hope, you know? You hope against hope sometimes. He's such a big guy. Michael says no one. Okay, no one is. That's fair. If you don't feel like it's anyone, then it's. Oh! Dobish got a piece of that shot. Oh boy. That was close. 2:25 left in the second. Tampa are pressing now. Can they get it out of the zone? I like this one. Doc is just not built for hockey in general. Playoff hockey, regular season hockey, any hockey. Not better, but Dobish has been solid both games. Dobish has been awesome, I think, both games. I think he's really been uh he has carried over his strong play in the regular season over into the playoffs, which has been very nice. All right, Anderson powering in. Can he get something done here? A little give and go. Oh, nice try by Anderson. See, this is the kind of he would love to see Doc implicating himself with Anderson. Anderson again. Anderson. Unbelievable. Josh Anderson cannot be stopped. I mean, that's exactly where you want. And Deno, who we're pretty critical of, with a nice board battle. Evans with a nice board battle. And then Anderson just goes to the net, and he's just not. There's three Tampa Bay Lightning in front of him, and he's the guy who gets in. Unbelievable. I'm going to give Karen this one. Anyone again tell me that we're trading Andy? Karen has been all about Andy, obviously, since the beginning. T-shirt in the hamper. Um, this is why he's here. This is why Anderson is here. And the Tampa Bay Lightning look frazzled at this point. Geez, you're a minute behind. I am. The Sportsnet feed is like a minute behind right now. So that goal comes with 124 left in the period. And Deneau gets an assist. I think you're watching Sportsnet. You're 1 minute ahead of me. I'm like on online though. I'm watching on my. I'm not watching on cable. Cable, I find I'm if I'm like on my TV and watching cable, but when I have my setup here, how about it? Caulfield set up Slavkovsky. Oh, and did Tampa just take another stupid penalty? You guys, man, you guys, Tampa with another dumb penalty. This is the risk you run when you try to beat another team physically. You got to do it right. You cannot get you that there was no point to punch Caulfield in the face like that. Like totally pointless. All right, well, it's second period's over. There's going to be a 120 power play when we get back for the Canadians. But this game is starting to look pretty solid for the Habs, I must say. There are no dumb penalties for Tampa. There are justifiable penalties for the Habs. No, those are pretty dumb penalties. All right, what do we got here? Okay. Karen's having apple cider vinegar and honey. I'm having, can you see? Sour Patch Kids. That's good for the throat, right? Sure. If you remain a team that doesn't seek vengeance when hurting or disabling a key player, will happen. Marty must send the message to Tampa. Well, the message might be being up 2-0 after 2 games. Essentially. Good period. Excellent save by Dobish. Definitely kept them in it. Habs are playing great. They're the youngest team in the playoffs. Next closest is Buffalo, year and a half older. And that's with a bunch of guys who don't play, like Gallagher and Line. Habs, 69% win probability. Nice. Over the last 4-3 games, Hudson made some uncharacteristic turnovers. Marty can't keep playing him 29 minutes. He'll be worn out by the end of the first round. This is the problem with Dobson being out. Who plays those hard minutes? If not Hudson. You already have Hudson and Masson playing way too much. But what do? Do you put Struble and Jackeye? You feel good with those guys? Score on this PP and bury them. Maybe Marty will do the timeout thing. Maybe he'll get that chance again. Getting a goal and winning is the best vengeance. A power play goal to begin the third period would be huge. Josh Anderson, a power forward goal. David Darcy says, I predicted the Habs would 5 before the playoffs started. It's becoming a possibility now. Go, Habs, go. Allison was a man says, Anderson's looking like John LeClaire out there. That's the Legion of Doom tonight. Hit the like button. Oh, thank you. Yes, hit the like button. Hit the like and subscribe. If I'm sure you probably have already. But if not, go ahead. Bieksa correctly called it a greasy goal. That is nice. Andy earning every dollar makes. He's a beauty. These are the moments that he earns his salary. I always had Morgan Burton wasn't a big fan. Is Morgan in tonight of Anderson? Wow, anyone see the Bruins goal just now? I have not seen the Bruins goal. What happened? I'm checking. Talking about the Arvidsson goal? No, I don't think so. It's pretty good, though. Yo, got two people dropping the apple cider tonight. No, we had apple cider and apple cider vinegar. It's different. I just have regular water tonight with a little bit of sour candy. Nope, hasn't. You wouldn't think that expired candy would be a thing, but I will say, in today's health-conscious times, very easy to go to the dep, buy a bag of candy, and that candy is super old. This one's a little musty, but it says it expires October 2026, so I don't know. Maybe it's just not very good. Anyone watch the Bruins blow a 2-0 lead in game 1? 8 minutes left. First time since the New York Americans. Damn. I don't know. I don't know about Boston, man. I think Buffalo's got it, but we'll see. I'm just hanging on and seeing if there's anything about Dobesh, but he seems fine. He definitely was like a little odd, kind of holding his leg a little, a bit shaking his leg off a little bit, but seems fine. If they're not worried, I'm not worried. But yeah, just watching that fight again. So weird. Hagel was so. I know Hagel knocked him out, but Hagel's like doing this in the penalty box and telling him, you're down, you're down. But like, I just don't think it changed the momentum of the game at all. I don't think it had the effect that he thought that it did. I thought that was you crunching, then I realized it was the bag. Oh, sorry, yes, I have the bag near the my microphone. That must be very annoying. Sorry. Can we close this game out? Well, I do. They start with a 120 of power play time to start the third. I do think that that would be a primo opportunity to do so. I would say. Oh, I see what you're talking about. That goal from center ice. Oh no. Oh no, Buffalo. That feels like the kind of thing that can break a team. Hopefully it does not break them. Andre Tourigny is pretty funny. I like it. Yeah, I just saw the second Bruins goal. First guy I thought of was J.C. Tremblay. Yep. That's a good one. I'm eating chocolate hobnobs. Top quality biscuit. I don't think I've ever had a hobnob. Hagel tried to pull a Tom Wilson. That's exactly what Hagel tried to do, and I don't think it worked. He's no Tom Wilson. Brandon Hagel's an excellent player. He's no Tom Wilson. There is no Tom Wilson other than Tom Wilson. Josh Anderson might be the closest thing to a Tom Wilson, and he's no Tom Wilson. Anderson Habs had a ton more scoring opportunities in the Bolts. Vasilevsky's why this game is close. Timur also saw J.C. Tremblay in that one. Roberts going for the Bruins. That goal from Boston was Swayman approved. If the Habs win, the Habs get home ice. Good reason to root for the Bruins, I guess. Rick's watching 3 streams. The one from Tampa is laughable, and they're like the Leafs and TSN. ESPN's good. Refuse to watch TSN anymore. Well, TSN doesn't have the games anymore. 3-0 Bruins. I'm a little surprised. I thought Buffalo was going to have all the momentum after what happened in game one. Mark says my high school goalie let in a goal like that. He was looking at a cute girl in the stands. I mean, we've all been there. Bruins, be yourselves. Isn't that where the Bruins were last night? Like up 3-1. They were up 2-0, and now they're up 3-0, I think, is what happened. So if the Habs score early, watch for more dumb Tampa penalties. Yeah, so let's say the Habs. I mean, the Habs are already up 2-1. How did Tampa get? I mean, Tampa. The thing about this series is that the Canadiens can go back to Montreal at 1-1. I mean, they wouldn't love to. At this point, you got to secure the win. But like the Habs already stole one in Tampa. But Tampa absolutely cannot go to Montreal down 2-0. That'd be a disaster. So what do they do coming out of this period? So far, trying to beat them with the tough stuff has just got them in penalty troubles. Haven't been able to score too much. What do you do? I mean, what do you do if you're Tampa? Max enjoying the T-Bay feed with ex-TS center Dave Randorf at the helm. Miss Dave Randorf. He's one of the best. Though I think Habs would love to have both games. The Bolts will not give up easily. No, they won't. The Tampa Bay Lightning have to throw everything at the Habs right now. Like everything. Bolts are 0 for 5 last two games. That's weird. Well, we're back for the third period here. The Lightning have that winning pedigree, yet, but they have also their last three seasons, and they've all lost in the first round. So they have that winning pedigree, but time may have caught up with the Tampa Bay Lightning. Not that the Canadiens should take them lightly, but we're back for the third period. This is a big one for the Habs. Can they deliver the dagger? They got 120 power play time to start this period, thanks to Ryan McDonough's ill-timed penalty at the end of the second period. Braden Point, man, just heard Braden Point's name. I have not seen him at all. Is he even playing? He is playing. Braden Point's done nothing so far. Tampa's able to clear with 40 seconds left on the power play. All right, we got 30 seconds left on this power play, and it's already back down the ice. Not looking good for a power play goal here. So, although Hudson, very nicely. Why is the net like so far off the moorings? Net way off the pegs there. What the heck happened? Looked like the Habs had a good chance. Or did Vasilevsky do something a little sneaky? What happened there? It's Slavkovsky. It was Lilleberg. Yeah, it was Lilleberg pushing Slavkovsky into that. That was a little, but at the same time, if nothing was deemed underhanded, Matheson waited probably a little too long to take that shot, and now we're gonna be back to 5-on-5. Back to 5-on-5. Ooh, potentially risky pass by Evans there. And Braden Point, who I've not seen. Braden Point has been quiet, but we just saw him there in the slot. Wisely kind of figures out what's going on. They're trying to get the fast breakout, and he puts himself in the slot. Nice position there. But Braden Point, man, very good player. Not been that noticeable so far. But he won a big face-off there in the offensive zone. And Dobish came out to make the the blocker save on the point shot. Whose stick exploded? Dano's. And then it looked like he kind of tried to grab on a little to Gergenson's there. Seen a stat, seen the Bolts have lost 10 of their last 11 playoff games at home. That's a wild stat. Tampa Bay is going to fight for their life. This is like this could be it for the dynasty, man. Like they were an incredible team. And if it's 4 straight first round defeats for Tampa, like something's got to give. Like they are not, you know what I mean? So this is they're fighting for their lives here. It's going to be really interesting to see if the Habs can weather the whatever storm is coming. But it hasn't really come yet. I don't think. Wow, what a nice play on Gensel. Matheson blocked the shot and then hit him and then carried the puck up the ice. And Gensel was pretty slow to get up in his own zone, but I think he was more shocked than anything else. Maybe looking for a call. I mean, guys are looking for calls now, right? They know the refs are serious. Evans was a little slow on that one. It's not going to matter in the end. The puck got out, but I felt like Evans played that a little slow off the boards. Okay, well, they're clearly sending it out for trying to get line change here. Tampa's going all medieval. That's how I see it too. Montreal can't be satisfied with just a one goal lead. They cannot sit back. No, they can't. I don't think they are, to be honest. Ryan says we need more goals. There's also going to be, I think, more penalties called in this period, too. So both sides need to watch out that they're not on the opposite end of penalty trouble. What a great play by Matheson earlier to just nail Gensel. Perry drives the net. Got to cut down on the turnovers, Derek says. Yeah, they don't. Especially like those unforced errors when they try to feather one a little too much, like try to feather a pass. They got to avoid those. So Tampa's changing up the lines a little bit. Paul, Point, and Gensel is a line. That's a good line. I have always been a big fan of Nick Paul. Bolduc, can he drive the net? And then, see, those are the instances, man. That was a nice try by Bolduc, but it would have been lovely to just get like, at least get a shot on net. I'm thinking the next 1 to 12 minutes, there'll be no nonsense. Bolts are going to have to play fair. The last few minutes might get ugly. I mean, they need to score. They're trying to draw penalties. They're trying to draw the Habs, but they can't get into penalty themselves. So they got to find a way to let their skill shine through, and the Canadians are just going to have to keep playing their game. Doc needs to get to the puck. He doesn't seem to get to the right spots. Doc's game is just what's going on here. He needs to simplify his game so much. Just be a big body along the boards. That's all you need to be. You don't need to do anything else. You will create offense by being big on the boards and winning battles. Especially if you have Bull Duke on the ice with you, who's pretty good at going into the slot. So then you can go on the boards, look for Bull Duke in the slots. Man, oh, and Moser hits the post. Oh, and then Slav almost got sent on a breakaway. Yeah, Doc has done nothing. He doesn't. He just needs to simplify his game, and he just cannot do it. Commentary just said that at 40, Perry's still making a difference in the playoffs. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the only difference he's made tonight is give us the lead with his penalty. Yeah, I don't. Look, do I still think Perry's a good player? But I do feel like he's not the difference maker that he has historically been tonight. You see him a lot because he's always in front of the net. He's always kind of trying to cause stuff, but I don't know. T-Bay are master divers. They'll do anything like knocking the puck, the net off the pegs. Perry diving, trying to get a call. They're trying to get, they're absolutely trying to draw the Canadiens into something. And Gergens is down. Gergensen and Perry and Struble all got locked up in the corner. And, oh, nice physical play by the Habs here. Not giving up anything in the zone. Anderson crushes his man. Jack and Struble out crushing their guys. And then Demidov with the nice hit. It's what kind of starts a turnover here. And they've potentially got 3-on-3 rush coming up. Yeah, Cooley tried to step up and make the hit. Is there going to be a penalty? There's going to be a penalty. You knew this was going to probably happen, so let's, Yeah, Struble was nasty on Perry. And then Jack-Eye leveled Gergensen's. And then Corey Perry gets thrown into the bench. That's some fun stuff. But Demidov's the one who does a little too much. Could be the turning point one way or another. That's a good way of looking at it, Timur. If the Canadiens can kill this one, they might get a penalty. They might get a power play later, which could, help. Big kill here, Adam says. Perry's contribution to Tampa, the dive. Refs haven't been too bad, but Tampa's gone away with more, EF says. Ryan says, we were carrying the play before the penalty. Harry says, so much for my no penalty theory. Nah. Yo, how nice was it to watch, by the way, Anderson and Anderson, Jack-Eye. It was fun to watch Anderson, Jack-Eye, and Strublos. It was fun to watch those three guys on the ice at the same time. We should see it more often. Okay. This is a big, big one. What a block. Habs get it out. They're smart though after that one. Evans and Newhook both had to block shots to get it out. Oh! Braden Point had a pretty wide open net if he could have corralled the puck, but he could not. Radish with a shot through traffic. Dobesh never even saw it, but it goes wide, and the Habs clear. 1:20 left in the power play. As Mark says, it's nervous time. If you've got nails, proceed to bite them off. Dobesh once, twice, three times dives on the puck. There was a loose puck in front with Point looking for it, and Dobesh ends up with it. I guess whatever was ailing him in the second period appears to be a thing of the past now. You do love to see Dobesh. I mean, Dobesh just towers over guys. I will say when this is a real benefit of being a 6'5" goaltender. When Dobish is upright, and as he was on that play, Gensel's in front of the net doing a great job covering him, by the way. But it doesn't matter. Dobish still has the sight line like right above Gensel, and he's just like cross checking him. Great, great work by Dobish there. Big face-off win for the Habs. Newhook's got it. Just clear it. No nonsense, baby. Down the ice. There's 40 seconds left in this power play. Good draw by Dino. Man, again, Dino, what he does without the puck can sometimes be a little scary, but when he's on the faceoff draw, Anderson, can he go for a chance shorthanded? No, he plays it safe and just whips it to waste some time. But now he's behind the net, and Hagel cannot get it done, and we're back to 5-on-5. What a penalty kill, guys. I'm aware that I'm 40 seconds behind. My Sportsnet online feed is perpetually 40 seconds behind. I'm very sorry for that. Oh, Canadians almost sent Caulfield on a stretch pass. Tampa are big whiny babies. Not to be confused with big shiny tunes. Big whiny babies. I love it. Big work for the boys. Big time kill. We are still at 2-1 Habs. It is 10:50 left in the second period. Shots are 24-21 Habs. This game is tight, tight, tight. But the Habs do have that all-important one-goal lead. Goalies have outgrown the nets. I'm fine with a few inches taller and wider. Not that that will happen. You know, it's funny. There was such a point in time where the goalies were so good, and it seemed like the possibility of opening the nets and doing all kinds of stuff. But as is often the case in sports, once again, the offense is kind of king in the NHL again. And goalies, look at goalie numbers. They're not as impressive as they were like 5, 10 years ago. So I think that just changes in the game. It's a little faster now, a little more offense. I think once again things have swung in the favor of the shooters. So I think the net expansion idea, which has been floated before, I think is not quite. We're not quite there yet. And it goes to show sometimes you got to be a little patient on those decisions because you never know. Cooper is bad for playing the refs too. Third period. It is the third period. Did I say it wasn't the third period? Did I say it was the second period? All teams try to influence the refs. Yes, but John Cooper is especially good at it, I will say. Yeah, there's still 9:30 to play in this third period, and still just a one goal game here. That's a bad play by Demidov. Took having a rough go in game two here. Bad icing and a bad penalty. I don't think he's had a bad series, but I do think that he's still a rookie. You know, you still, you still see it sometimes. The rookie mistakes from Demidov. I think from what we've seen this year, I think everybody realizes the Habs have got a good one in Demidov, but there are moments where he's not quite there, not quite the guy that he's probably going to become. But of course, he's only what, 19, 20? Plenty of time. Nail biting time. 8:51 left in the third. They're going to TV timeout, TV break. It's 2-1 Habs currently. Cooper is pacey, no longer calm and cool. Maybe he should take lessons from Marty. So if the Tampa Bay Lightning lose this series, we'll say, obviously too soon to say anything, but um, it'll be, I think, 4 straight seasons where Tampa loses in the first round. John Cooper, excellent coach, best coach in the league. I wonder if he takes a step back though. I wonder if he Tampa's running out of chances to add to their cup total here with this core, and I do wonder, does he? I don't know. Does he take a break? I don't think they'll fire him. So maybe he just decides. I don't know. 4-0 Bruins. I'm shocked. I'm shocked. I thought Buffalo had that one in the bag. Bye bye Cooper. Replace him with Torts. Oh my god. Hey, Torts is not signed to go back to Vegas. Crazier things have happened, man. Wouldn't Tampa wouldn't Tampa love to? You know what? Tampa might actually give. Wouldn't that be the team to give Pascal Vincent a call? I don't even want to speculate. But Julien Brisebois, I'm sure, knows Pascal pretty well. Buffalo not executing at all. I mean, it makes you appreciate what you're watching tonight from these Habs, man. They are executing. Oh, one-timer to Suzuki, and he gets the puck gets locked up in his feet. Oh, and they tie it up. Brutal play, and Slap's been doing those ones. Oh. Cooch, man. Just use the boards. Oh. What what an absolutely brutal play by Slap. There's 7:18 to go. Can the Canadiens shake it off and stop this game from going to overtime? Well, now Tampa's full of and they're going to try to look to get another one on a wraparound, I think. As Mark points out, not exactly the best positioning from Dobesh on that wraparound. They might think they got another chance. Ugh. Karen says to stay calm. Well, we got a 6:30 left. There's plenty of time for all kinds of things to happen. It's tied up 2-2. That was on the PP. That was not on the PP. No. That was just a wraparound giveaway goal. Giveaway by Slav to the Tampa. Hate to come down on Dobish, but yes, he left the net wide open. Here we go. Habs are moving the puck a little bit. They're going to have to get those shots through traffic, though. That's not going to do it. 2-on-1. But the Habs, in the messiest way, break it up. The guys came back. Nearly took out their goalie, but yeah. Gonna take some grit here. I know it's gonna take a sandpaper goal, I think, to keep this one from OT. Who's the hero tonight? Who's gonna be the one that's gonna Harry says we're a young team still learning. What year is this anyway in this rebuild? Many of us are legit expecting a cup run this year. Hey, it's 2-2. It's plenty going on. Slav will want to atone, clear the blue line, no chances, no blind passes. It was just not the right time to make that pass. For sure not. Not blaming Dobish at all. He's been terrific, but he was out of position. Kelly Winger says, come on, Habs, get that back. Max says, bear down. Hagel, Gordie Howe hat trick. Did he get it? Yeah, he did get the hat trick. Look at that. Rick says, Pimp, I don't argue with your post. It wasn't Dobish's fault. But if you post, you expect commentary, good or bad. That is true. That is the rule. This is a largely unmoderated forum. As long as you guys post about the game and not just post about whatever the hell you want. Um, so if you do post, someone may criticize you. That is the risk you run. Harry says, gotta say once again, the Habs do not protect leads well. They're a come from behind team. Play when desperation takes hold. Yeah, but that's not good. Caulfield needs to get in the dirty zones. Caulfield is not having a good game. We'll have to just call a spade a spade here. He's -2. He's one shot on goal. This ain't it. This ain't it for Caulfield tonight. Caulfield has to do better than that. And there's 5 minutes left in the game for somebody to be the hero. Man, Jack guy really does look big out there. Even in a playoff game of big boys, he still just towers over the competition. Jack out with a nice hit on Nick Paul entering the zone. But the Tampa Bay Lightning still cycling the puck. All right, Habs dump it down. There's 4 minutes left. It's tied 2-2. They're now, as soon as Tampa gets a little shot here, assuming they get one, it'll be even in shots. All right, the second line, who hasn't done too much, Demidov gets crushed trying to get it in the zone, but he takes it. He tries to get it in, but the puck goes back to Tampa. I will say, Jack. I want to shout out Ryan here for saying it. Jack, I had a chance to jump in the play and maybe keep the play alive, but he saw that there was no one back there, and if he messed up, it would have been a really bad spot for them. So he took a step back and prevented a nice chance. Nice play, Hudson. Arbor and Stroop's having a good game. Arbor and Stroop's are having a good game, man. These guys are built for the play. Maybe they're like Josh Anderson. They're built for the playoffs, and you got to put up with what you put up with in the regular season, and then And then yeah, they step up in the playoffs, I guess. But they're looking good. Looking good in the playoffs, man. Good to have both of them in the lineup. And maybe it doesn't happen if definitely not a I don't know. Nice centering pass attempt by Tampa gets intercepted by Matheson, but he might ice the puck. He didn't mean to, but no, he didn't. Okay. Slavkovsky takes the big hit entering the zone, but they created the play here. So now, bouncing puck. Too hot for Carrier, and now the puck gets sent back down the ice. And these plays, man, the Tampa's like a dog on a bone on those plays. So even if you get the puck in your zone, you gotta like take a step back, and you can't make a. They force you into making a bad pass, trying to exit the zone. So it's 2:30 left in the third period. It's tied 2-2. Shots are 25-24 Habs. And after a penalty late in early part of the game, it's been pretty quiet ever since. I spoke too soon. Anderson just got nailed from behind. Anderson was skating backwards, never saw it. He goes Sabarin straight to the box. But let's hope they didn't take Anderson out of this series. So this is like the last game where this is like the last game where they call it a 5 minute major, but they're probably going to they're reviewing it, and they're probably going to scale it back. Okay, it's a 2 minute penalty. Habs power play coming up. That's what we all figured was probably going to happen. But the more concerning part is that Josh Anderson is going to the dressing room. I mean, obviously he got nailed, but so there is 2:15 left. So the Canadiens are basically going to be on the power play for the rest of this period unless they can score. I mean, there'll be 15 seconds left, but they can hopefully have it in the zone. So can the Canadiens take advantage here? Puck kind of bouncing. Canadiens still have it. They rifle it back to the point for Hudson. Ah, and Hudson. 1 minute pass now in this power play. And the Canadiens are. Hudson, shot doesn't make it through traffic. Hudson off the post. Hudson had the game on his stick. "35 seconds to go." And Tampa's going to finish off this penalty kill. And looks like we're going to go to overtime. Oh my God. 2 games, 2 overtimes. Oh, yeah. Well, they were a post away from potentially ending this game, but did not happen. Man alive. What do you think? Do you think they've Habs got another? With that late power play, you get a horrible feeling that just maybe, uh, Tampa is the team that gets they get the power play, right? Pinvesh says Tampa hasn't even played that well. This game should be over. Have played down to their level and let them back in it. I would also say that is somewhat a reverse of the last game, where I feel like the Canadians didn't necessarily have their best game and then they won. So it's been kind of even that way. I don't think either. I think both teams are a little tentative on offense. Does Sabare see another minute this series? That was his job. His job was to injure a player. I think he shouldn't. I mean, he shouldn't have played in the first place, but I guess he got the job done that he wanted to do. We got some thoughts here on the drop back pass on the power play. Some of you like the drop back, some of you don't. I mean, look, I don't think it's what makes or breaks the power play. It gets the puck in the zone. It's a little annoying, but the Habs have to play their game and not be fooled into playing like Tampa. The hit on Andy was uncalled for. I don't expect anything tonight, but I grew up on real hockey, Ferguson, Nyland hockey. Marty must address this hit next game. It's an embarrassment if he doesn't. Eric, I have absolutely no idea who'll pull this out, but some on the blog are not respecting Tampa. Still a lot of talent on the roster. It's been a great playoff game. Absolutely. I think I've come into this series. I think the Canadians have shown that they can absolutely go toe to toe with the Tampa Bay Lightning, and I think the teams are pretty equal as they were in the regular season. Regular season points in the matchup against each other, they were 2-2. So I think they're pretty even. So I think it would be like unfair to say that the Canadians um, maybe should just walk away with the series because I mean Tampa's got a lot of fight in them. I will say they gave up a late lead when they probably should not have. It was on a pretty sloppy play, so it's a self-inflicted wound tonight for the Habs, which is not great. Although I would argue that game one was a self-inflicted wound for Tampa when they took a really stupid penalty. Gensel took a really stupid penalty at the end of the last game. So you could say that both teams are kind of even now in terms of unforced errors, we'll call them. But no, you definitely don't want to doubt Tampa here, and they are one shot. They're one shot away from tying the series, and then the Habs are one shot away from a pretty big chokehold on the series, going up 2-0. Hudson came close to scoring out. Hudson's been great. Hudson's been excellent, excellent player. I was thinking the same thing. He's staying out of the play unless he's alone with the puck. This is in response to which comment? Caulfield. Caulfield's having a bad series. I'm not going to sugarcoat that one at all. Caulfield needs to score a goal here and get back in everybody's good books. He's been shut down for sure. Chernak, you didn't know Chernak? Chernak's good goal. Chernak's a good defenseman. Nice little two-way guy. Good two-way game. Max, yes, absolutely. Give your opinions. You know how it goes. You know how it goes. People feel a type of way about things and they say things, but it does not matter. Everybody's entitled to their opinions, even if Timur wants to say that Caulfield is no good. He can do that. You can all do whatever you want about everybody's opinion about the Habs is perfectly fine to give. But yeah. Oh man. Yeah, BX is showing a lot of highlights of Kucherov tonight, man. Kucherov is a classic Kucherov night where he's like implicated in the goal, scores the goal, kind of pain in the butt, like classic Kucherov night. Any news on Josh Anderson? We don't have any news on Josh Anderson yet. Mm, no, nothing on Josh Anderson yet. I will let you know. Nothing on Josh Anderson yet. Oh my god, are the Sabres coming back? I love it. Oh my god, playoff hockey's too much, guys. It's too much. Nothing left yet for Anderson. I guess we're just gonna find out. We'll probably just find out when they get back on. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Back for overtime. Oh my god. Anderson is back out. Anderson is back on the bench. All right. How long is this game gonna last? This I think we've already passed the record. No, we haven't passed the record yet for we haven't passed the record for the longest live stream so far. But if this game lasts any longer, for sure we will. That was a bad turnover, Derek. That was a bad turnover to start this. And now the Canadians are starting overtime on their back heels here. Really nice play by but then Tampa turned it over. Can Caulfield get something done? They had some room. But that shot goes a little too wide and sends it right back up the ice. Would have been nice to get a second chance there on the Suzuki one timer. Gonzalez with two chances, and then what was that? Sorelli with two chances? Oh boy. Josh Anderson coming in with a head full of steam. He looks good. Yeah, he hits his guy. All right, he's fine. Okay, he's fine. Oh, Yanni Gourde given a little too much chances in the middle of the ice there. He was able to get a nice chance. Either very short or very long is the yeah. I heard somebody once say like, man, if you don't score in the first 5 minutes of the overtime period, just assume that it's going to be 15 minutes of like slow, cautious play into the next overtime. That you kind of only come out aggressively. I don't know if that's true. I don't think statistically it's true, but it's kind of an interesting thought. But we're 2.5 minutes into the overtime period now. Gore trying to set up a jumping Radish. Oh, Doc with a nice pass to Hudson, but Hudson shoots it wide. And now it goes up the ice again. Oh, potentially bad giveaway there, but Carrier with the shot block saves his team's butt. I'm amazed every year how much more intense the playoffs are compared to the regular season. It's unbelievable hockey. Isn't it crazy? We were talking about how those Tampa games were playoff previews. And remember you guys were like, "Oh, this is a statement game. This is a statement game." And then look at us now. Like the playoffs have hit and it's just like a totally different ball game. It really is. Okay, you guys are not feeling this. This looks bad, Ryan says. Mark says Tampa's won it more. T. Moore, though, says Dobish. Keep it a minute. Thank God Dobish is hot. Dobish has 26 saves tonight. 25 for Vasilevsky. So both goalies are having good nights tonight. Max says horrible beginning to OT. Yeah, they're not looking great so far. Caulfield moving the puck around. Caulfield trying to shoot it through. Okay, that could have been a potential bad giveaway there, but puck ends up back in. Great hockey. All caps. Even without the best shot blocker in the league, Noah Dobson, they're still blocking shots. Potential 2-on-1 forming, but it's Gergensons and Dano, man. Risky play, but he's able to. Oh, man. Hudson's stick shatters on a pass. They got to get Hudson out of there. Oh, this is basically just a power play right now. Canadians got to move heaven and earth to try to get. This is disastrous. Oh, and Dobish covers it up. That could have been bad, man. I mean, Hudson's useless. I mean, Hudson's able to cover his man at least, but he can't clear the zone. So Tampa's basically operating with a power play. Mark says, I've always said somebody someday will lose the cup in Game 7 OT because of these freaking sticks. All right, Daminov coming in with speed. All right, the Habs finally turn it over. Is it only the Habs sticks shattering in games? I can't recall other teams. No, it does happen to other. It does happen to other teams. It happens to the Canadians quite a bit, but Suzuki has been average. Yeah, he has not. The top line is definitely. Tampa's done a good job of containing them, for sure. Ryan says, I see no urgency by the Habs. Montreal got lucky there. And the Habs are looking confused, says Max. Well, they have a nice little chance here. They've got an offensive zone face off, and they do get the puck, but it leaves just as soon as it gets in. So the Canadians will have to regroup a little bit. Well, I think that the Habs have, and whatever, it's overtime, so it doesn't matter. It's just one bounce and you're out. But I think the Habs have kind of weathered a pretty difficult storm early on, but they're going to have to start to get some momentum here. The Sorelli line is great. I mean, Sorelli is, the first class in defensive center play. And remember that Suzuki is also like doing difficult defensive work, taking on Kucherov, like the best player in the league. Remember that Kucherov is not having. I know he scored a goal today, but I wouldn't say he's having like an incredible series thus far. So a lot of that is on Suzuki, but the Canadians are they need to get the puck up the ice. They need to get it out of their zone. It has been all Tampa so far in this overtime. The shots are 5-0 Tampa in this overtime. So, as we said, I mean, we did speculate that the Tampa Bay Lightning, I mean, not wanting to go down 2-0 at home in this series, would throw absolutely everything they humanly could and the kitchen sink at the Habs. And I don't even know if they've necessarily done that, but they've done enough to push this game to overtime. And right now, they're the only ones with any chances. What's that? Delayed offside. Oof. Bob says, I hate to say it, but Slav has been off his game since the fight. Giveaways, out of position, bear down. I know, he's got a. Tampa's got more jump. Yeah, they got more jump right now. First line has not been great. No, they have not. Matheson a little slow to get up, but he seems fine. Canadians not playing very Canadians like right now. They're not. They're kind of just chipping the puck in the zone and not really getting anything done, which has not been their mo this season. So they're definitely off their game right now. They're gonna have to figure out how to get some sustained offensive pressure in here, and that's a good opportunity. There's an icing now. All right, this is a big face-off here. Can they get something done? Clean win back to Hudson. Come on, put that through traffic. There you go. There you go. Ah, shot does not get through traffic. Hudson had a nice opportunity there. James and Gord. Give and go. Oh, what a stop by Dobesh. And then Slav with a bit of an offside there. Wow. Massive save. Tampa hasn't capitalized on their chances. Habs will take this. This is confidence from Harry. Habs were the better team throughout, but they're getting outplayed in OT. Oh, Boston won. So they weathered a late comeback attempt by the Sabres. Yeah, it was offside. Oh, that's an accident. Come on, relax, everybody. Anderson. I do think he held up there. I did think that Anderson held up, though. I thought. Are we going to see it again? Nah, he didn't. He did cross check the guy a little bit. Never mind. I I retract. I thought he just gave him a little nudge, but like no, he gave him a pretty good nudge. Hey, Anderson got hurt. He's allowed to do whatever he wants. We're hanging Dobish out to dry in OT. Come on, Habs, be better. I know, right? Tampa hasn't scored on their chances. Tampa's also leading in shots, 8-0. Dobesh keeping us in it. Oh my god, that James. I'm looking at that James play again. What is James's first name anyway? I don't even freaking know. Reggie James. Don't get how we can be so good in regulation and then stink in OT. Well, give it time. There's only 10, 10 minutes and 36 seconds into overtime. The first overtime period. There's lots of time left. Dobesh really stretching out a lot. I hope he's okay. Hanging on by the skin of your teeth. That's how playoff hockey is sometimes. Yeah, Slavkovsky with another kind of strange play. Nearly gloved the puck and threw it over the glass. Just a really strange. He has been a little off since the fight, hasn't he? I guess that's a new experience for him. Hopefully it's nothing more serious than that. And just another kind of botched zone entry. Canadians got nothing going on right now. And this is their top line out. Their top line's out. They're not doing anything. All right, here we go on the zone entry. Now Slav is coming in. Circles looking for something, anything. And no, the puck just goes right. All right, end of shift. Slavkovsky dumps it in. Can the Habs keep it in the zone? Can they do anything? No. This is. But if you end up with this kind of seesaw play where both teams are kind of struggling to get the puck in deep, then you really put yourself in a position where it's just like any giveaway could be the difference. So the Canadians got to just not give them room. Nice little try off the rush for Tampa. And the Canes flip it in a little too hard. Not a great play. Was that Doc who iced it? Tampa wins the draw. And that's it. Moser scores it in overtime. That's that. Kirby Doc did not play well. He iced the puck. And then they cost them the game. All right. Well, let me know what you guys think. They split the series in Tampa.